Rock Stadium, site of this year's Capital One Orange Bowl, part, of course, of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup, as we'll see a squad from the Big Ten, the Ohio State Buckeyes, taking on the 21st ranked team, the Texas A&M Aggies. For EA Sports, I'm Chris Fowler, joined in the booth by Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk, let's get this thing going. Away to start us off. Doesn't bring the kick out. Touchback. They'll start at the 25. The Buckeyes offense making their way on the field today. And Kirk, we check out tape on this offense. Your eye just goes to these highlight reel catches that this elite wide receiver makes again and again.
And you know, one thing that stands out to me is not only does he get these chances to make plays, but the defenses, they do their homework. And what they typically will do is put a couple defenders on him. And when they do that, that's when it opens up other aspects of this offense that they're going to have to be able to take advantage of today.
Second down after that short completion. Handoff here from the shotgun. Moves the ball up to the 30. In this opening possession, they'll face a third down and 5. And they're moving the receiver now before the snap. To throw, it's Sayin. Caught quickly.
And the defense did everything that's expected of them. Yeah, they caught the ball, but it didn't go anywhere. That's the exact best possible scenario that this defense could hope for other than a turnover.
No fair catch, looking to return this punt. And the coverage team makes the stop on this return. So the Texas A&M Aggies offense gets their first crack now. Hey, Kirk, this is going to be fun. One of the best edge matchups we're going to see all season long. Elite wide receiver, elite corner, both competitive guys ready to go at each other.
And you know this corner, we had a chance to visit with him this week. He wants to be on an island against one of the best receivers in the country. And he's going to get that chance today to have a chance to showcase that he, in fact, is the top corner in college football.
Quick throw to his receiver. What a catch! The defense grabs him after the completion. He's just short of a first down. They'll try to pick up the third down yardage on the ground. That play moves the ball across midfield, and he's set up for the first down at the 41. Texas A&M getting set with a 1st and 10 now. Here's the snap, looking to throw here. Looks over the middle, and that's complete. He's stopped, but he gets a first down. A new set of downs after that completion.
That's good for a Fighting Texas Aggie.
Off the play fake, looking to throw. Grab behind the line, it's Armstrong.
Nice play action call here by this offensive coordinator. You know, you can freeze those linebackers just for a split second. Usually that's going to give you enough room to be able to get that tight end behind them. And if the quarterback can make a nice tight throw like this, pick up some big yards.
That's an important first down on that running play. The back's got it. Fighting off the defender. And he goes nowhere. Stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. Coming to the line on second down. This is important. They want to avoid a third and long. Looking for a gap. It's Moss. Ball carrier brought down at the 4. Offense in great scoring position here. Crucial. Third down coming up in the red zone. Can they keep the drive going, or will they have to settle for 3? Looking to pass. It's Reed. Oh, and he dropped it. The would-be touchdown could not come up with the football. Now it's 4th down. So you're on 4th down. Out comes the field goal team. The kick is good. He knocked it right down the middle. So we have our first points on the board. That makes it 3-0.
And that one, my gosh, I mean, it's almost too easy. Nice kick.
So after coming away with 3 in that drive, the kickoff team is out. stopped short of the 20-yard line. Good job by the coverage team. Here's the first play of the drive now. They begin at the 19. First down, looking to throw the football. But they can't make the connection. Ball's incomplete. 2nd and 10 here. Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. It's a quick grab. They tackle him. Looks like it's going to be just short of the mark, inches away. So a very makeable 3rd down for the offense with a 29. They try to sneak it for the first.
Good call here by the offensive coordinator. Go with quarterback sneak here on 3rd and inches, and he's going to get the first down. It's a great time to catch the defense off guard. Get up to the line of scrimmage quickly, get the lineman down, quarterback under the center, quick snap, and get the yardage you need for the first down.
Getting set. Here's 2nd down. He's looking to throw. The pass rush closing in. He cannot escape. It's a sack.
Chris, that is textbook by this defense in man-to-man coverage. Nowhere to go for this quarterback. He's looking around everywhere to find an open man. By the time he figures it out, it's a sack for the defense.
So here comes 3rd and long, trying to overcome that sack. This is going to be really difficult. Scanning the field, it's saying. The pass is off target. He got hit as he threw as the 3rd down pressure works. Buckeyes will line up to punt it away. And he'll kick it away now for the 2nd time. And the returner brought down by the coverage team. And they'll set up at the 26 for the first play of this drive. Here comes a 1st down pass attempt. That one falls incomplete. Good defensive play. Brings up 2nd down. Then incompletion makes it 2nd and 10 from the 26. Quarterback looking to pass here on 2nd down. Looks left and finds his target there. Defense shoves him out of bounds. Not much of a gain there. Now the offense faces 3rd and long from the 30. Can they convert and get a drive going? He escapes the pocket. Going to try to use his legs here. Tackle made at the 41. That's a nice gain, getting closer to midfield. 1st and 10 play coming up. Looking for the wideout. He's got it in the open. He's tackled quickly, but the yardage is good enough for the 1st down. The Aggies pick up enough yardage to get a fresh set of downs. 1st down, looking to throw the ball. Fires it to the wideout. And it's incomplete. He dropped the 1st down pass over the middle. Here's the 2nd down play. Fakes the handoff here, looking to throw it. Short pass, finds the tight end. They stop the receiver, but that's a solid gain on that play. And it's a wildcat look here as they try to convert on 3rd down. And it's a direct snap. He's got room to run. Defense has got him, but that wildcat wrinkle earns enough to get the 1st down. And as we break for the quarter, Kirk, it's Texas A&M on top. And at the end of the 1st quarter, let's check out the stats so far. Plenty of time for some plot twists here as we begin the 2nd quarter. Back at it to start the quarter. Offense getting set to run a 1st down play. Back to throw. It's Reed. Moves out of the pocket. Tackle made at the 21. This offense in great scoring position now. Texas A&M getting set with a 1st and 10 now. On the shotgun, it's a handoff. Try to run it up the middle, but get nothing. Now it's 2nd down here. Looking for some space. It's Moss. And they'll force him out of bounds after a short run. 3rd and short now on the 10th play of this drive. Out of the gun now on 3rd down. The receiver makes the catch. The gain is not enough for 1st down, so it brings up a 4th and short. So a field goal attempt coming up now. And it's good right down the middle.
Well, they almost put a touchdown on the board, but instead they come away with 3 points.
marks back. Ball spotted at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. Picks up the first, looking for more. They tackle him at the 38. Solid gain. Nice play there.
Well, it's a beautiful run here for the first down. Really living up to that reputation of the great backs that they've had over the years. Think about Archie Griffin and Eddie George, Ezekiel Elliott, J.K. Dobbins. Just so many great backs. We're seeing another one right here.
Play action here on first down. Looking to throw it deep. It's caught inside the 30, still on his feet. Tackle made after a big play all the way to the 27.
That is great arm strength and accuracy by this quarterback. Let's not forget the wide receiver's job of bringing it in for that big game.
Offense beginning to click on this drive as they try to reach the end zone for the first time today. Shotgun formation. Here's an inside handoff. That's a nice wrap-up there by the junior. Second down after that previous play. It's a bootleg looking to throw. He's running out of time here. It's incomplete. That was caused by the defensive pressure. And now it brings up third down. They come to the line. A long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. Scanning the field. It's Sayin. Caught over the middle. It's Tate. Tackle is made at the 8-yard line. It'll be first and goal right there. The Buckeyes trying to punch it in. It's first and goal. Looking for a receiver. Caught behind the line. It's Peoples. Defense drops him for a loss. Tougher second down on the way. Looking to chuck it again. Pressure is coming. Oh, they trap him for a sack.
Finally, the defense is able to come up with a play on this drive. Let's face it, this offense has been able to put things together. Quarterback's had a nice drive, but finally, great job of getting the pressure and getting after that quarterback.
So here we go, third and goal. Giving up that sack has made this a real headache for the offense. Let's see if they can convert. It's the 2-minute timeout of what's been a really competitive game so far. Chance for the offense to take the lead before the break. Now in third and very long, looking to throw. They've got him. Again, he couldn't escape. Timeout called by the defense. They'll go to the sideline and try to adjust. That's their first timeout. Coach is going to take the 3 points. Here comes the field goal unit. Met kick right down the middle. Can't hit it any better than that.
Well, Chris, it's a nice kick here to polish off that drive with at least 3 points up on the board.
Following the field goal, the kickoff team is out there now. And here's the return from inside the 5. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. So the first play of the drive here coming up. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Back to throw. It's Reed. Catch made on the right side. That's a big gain. They get him down, but the gain moves the ball up to the 36. So quickly all the way up to the 36, and it's first down. From the shotgun, drops back looking for an open man. Looks to the left, and it's complete. They get him down quickly. Not much of a gain on that completion. Empty backfield. Offense spreading the field with 5 wide. Catch made along the sideline, but he's short of the sticks. And the runner scoots out of bounds after gaining some decent yardage. And the back now goes in motion. On third and short, they'll try to throw for it here. Grab near the sticks. It's Moss. And the gain just good enough for a first down. And the Aggies come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. The shotgun running play call. A solid 8-yard gain brings up a 2nd and 2. And he drops back in the gun. Lets it go quickly. Catch made in space. Look out. They tackle him at the 3, but that's a great gain in the pitch and catch. A timeout is called to talk strategy. Close game here as we approach halftime. Keep it on the ground, trying to power in for the touchdown. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Aggies.
Well, that's an example right there of what vision and patience and ability can do for running back. He was on a mission to get into the end zone, and really, he made it look easy.
See if they can convert the point after. PAT is good, so it's 13-3. So the offense gets momentum scoring before halftime. Now the kickoff. We'll see if the defense can get his top and preserve that momentum. He's going to bring it out of the end zone from a couple yards deep. Tackle at the 14. Not very good field position to start here. So they'll start this drive here with less than a minute remaining on the first half clock. Dropping back. It's Sayin. And they heave it deep downfield. And that deep shot is caught for a big gain. And they'll bring him down, but this offense creates a huge chunk play. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Catch made on the out route. And he's brought down after a big first down gain. It's 2nd and short. Maybe an opportunity, Kirk, to take a shot here. They'll look to throw it here on 2nd down. Grab down the middle. It's Tate. Not much after the catch, but it is good enough for a first down. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man. Caught over the middle. It's Tate. They get him on the ground finally, but it'll be first down from the 14. The Buckeyes will come to the line to crank up the tempo. Snapping it from the red zone now, looking to throw. It's an out route, the catch made, and he'll run out of bounds and pick it up a few yards on the play.
Well, that's exactly what you need to do as a receiver in these kind of situations near the end of the half. Get some positive yards, but also stopping the clock is just as important.
So the offense takes the field in the final seconds of the half. Chance for just a couple more plays. Play action fake, looking to throw. Refusing to be brought down. Touchdown, Buckeyes.
Chris, we're still early in this football game. We're in the 2nd quarter. It's a critical touchdown to get their confidence to believe that they can come back and still win this game.
So an important touchdown just before halftime. Not much time for the opposing offense to try to answer before the break. And he'll bring it out from inside the 10. And they get him down in what will be the final play of this first half. And that will do it for the first half here. Kevin Connors now has our halftime update.
Fellas, by the looks of things, we've had one enjoyable first half in Springfield. And yes, football is a game of inches, but man, is that really the case when you consider the length of some of these possessions. Look, I'm not an analytics guy, but I do know this. The team that sustains drives and just moves the sticks might be the team that comes out on top today. For now, let's get back to the guys in the booth to start up this second half.
Buckeyes will kick this away to get the second half going. Return starts from inside the 5. Makes it to the 16. That's good coverage there. And for the first play of the drive, they'll set up at the 16. And they'll start the third quarter here on the ground. Solid run, moves the ball out across the 20 to the 21. Again, makes it 2nd and medium. Out the play fake, he'll look to throw it. Fires it to the wideout. Oh, and it's incomplete. It was right in his hands, and he dropped it. Crucial third down play right here. Looking to pass. It's Reed. The receiver grabs it. Tackle made after a solid gain. They'll spot the ball for 31. Texas A&M getting set with a 1st and 10 now. Off the play fake, looking to throw. He'll take a deep shot here. Downfield shot falls incomplete. Couldn't quite connect there. 2nd and 10 now from the 31 after the incompletion. context is he let the ball go. And this pass is caught, tackled at the 44, but good enough for a first down. This Texas A&M offense is moving quickly down the field. They'll try to run inside, but nowhere to go. What's the play call here on second down for this offense? Quarterback drops back from the shotgun, looking for a receiver. With the catch, it's Moss. Finally make the tackle, but not before he crosses midfield. First down to the 44. Fresh set of downs for the offense. First down. Quarterback drops back. And it's incomplete. The defender arrived the same time as the football. And now it's second down. And the 8th play on this drive coming up. They'll go with the ground game here. Running back takes the handoff.
Well, I don't think the offensive line gave the back much of a chance at all. Now, give credit to the defense. It was almost like they were anticipating a run and got up close to the line of scrimmage in a hurry.
Let's it fly to the wideout. Oh, and it's picked off. He went up high to grab that football. Short return tackle made at the 27. A crucial takeaway.
It's third and long, so as an offensive coordinator, you can either play it conservative or trust your quarterback and take a shot downfield. They elect the latter, and it ends up backfiring on them.
And the first play of the drive now set up at the 27. Looking to throw. It's Sayin. Quick throw complete to the tight end. We're finally able to stop, and the quarterback brings the big man down. Not easy to do with that size difference. On the run, it's Peoples. That run moves the ball across the 35. Third down after that running play. And they pick up the first on the ground. Brought down, but it's past the line to gain. Fresh set of downs. It's first and 10. They snap it. Quarterback looking to throw the ball. Catch made on the out route. Heads out of bounds as a short gain on play. And completion makes it second and short. And they'll use the ground game here. He's brought down, but a solid gain moves the ball across midfield to the 41.
Just what a great battle here at the line of scrimmage. Good push by the offensive line, and the back does enough to be able to pick up the first down.
The offense will set up on first and 10. Out of the shotgun, you'll hand it off. Going absolutely nowhere. It'll be a loss of the play. Offense now behind the 6 on second down. They need 12 after that first down loss. Gets some space around the 30. They finally stop a big play. Moves the ball to the 22. The offense really clicking against this battle defense. Ball handed off. And he will be stuffed for no gain. Offense getting set. Second down play here. They'll try the ground game here with the running back.
Well, I thought he might shake free there. He's able to break one tackle, but give credit to the secondary. Good job of coming up in run support.
To the air, it's Sayin. Deep shot toward the end zone. Oh, and it's batted down by the defense. Great play to deny a touchdown. The decision is not to go for it on fourth down. Here comes the field goal team. The field goal is good. We're all tied up now.
I was watching this guy in pregame. He has got a strong leg. Not surprised here he's able to put 3 points up here for the offense.
We come away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. Well, he thought about coming out, but instead takes a knee to bring the football to the 25-yard line. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. Quarterback pulls the ball. It's a keeper. And they've got him in the backfield. Nowhere to run. They'll lose a yard on the play. Running play goes backwards, makes it 2nd down and 12 now. Looking to pass here on 2nd down. That's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact. No flag. Brings up 3rd down. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a 1st down. Drops back, needing a 3rd down completion here. Caught. He's wide open. Look out. They stop him out at the 42. That's a solid gain, getting closer to midfield. Texas A&M getting set with a 1st and 10 now. Short connection to the tight end here. Breaks one tackle, gets brought down, but picks up some decent yardage. Pass caught, 2nd down now. An inside give now from the shotgun. Run it up the middle, but stuffed for no gain. Offense coming to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before we reach the end of the quarter. QB to the tight end for a completion. Defense able to bring him down to wrap up the 3rd quarter of play. We get to the end of 3. It's been a tremendous competitive battle, Kirk, as we check out some of the stats so far. Let's see how this 4th quarter unfolds. Everything to play for here for both teams. So here we go. First play of the quarter. The offense has a 1st down. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. 0 running route. Stopped right at the line of scrimmage. 2nd down play coming up for this offense. The quarterback's got it on the option. Doesn't even get the pitch up before they bring him to the ground. So a crucial 3rd down play. Try a field goal from here would be 53 yards. To throw, it's Reed. They'll try a pass here, but they don't connect. It's incomplete, and it brings up 4th down. So now on 4th down, out comes the field goal unit. This one to break the deadlock here in the 4th quarter. And it sails right through the middle of the uprights. A solid kick.
Well, you talk about a clutch kick. Good job by the snapper and the holder. The kicker gives them the lead. But remember, this one is certainly a long way from being over here in the 4th.
So after coming away with 3 in that drive, the kickoff team is out. And they'll just take a knee. Drive will start at the 25-yard line. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. Grab down the middle. It's Smith. And the defense swarms. Not much of a gain on that completion. Offense getting set. It's 2nd down. Here's the snap. And he's looking to throw. Wide open downfield. He bring it down, but he makes the 3-yard line. That's a solid gain. You set it down to the offense. 1st and 10. And they'll run it out of the shotgun. Slams right into a wall. They've got him for a loss. Running play goes backwards. Now the offense is set up at 2nd and 13. Quarterback wants to throw it on 2nd down. That one falls incomplete. Looking for a flag. Doesn't get it. Brings up 3rd down. They come to the line. A long way to go for the 1st down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. Throws to the tight end. Oh, what a grab! Tackle made after a huge gain all the way to the 40. The Buckeyes pick up enough yardage for a 1st down. And the quarterback dropping back. Defense is coming after him. He'll avoid the big hit with the slide. Offense getting set up. Here's 2nd down. Dropping back. It's Sayin. Grabbed by the receiver. Taken down, but not before he makes the 1st down. 7th play of the drive coming up. Takes the handoff. It's Peoples. A quick juke. Gets the 1st and still running. Heads out of bounds after a solid gain. The Buckeyes looking to cash in this red zone trip. On 1st down, why not keep it on the ground? And he goes nowhere. Stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. Been a really solid drive, and now a challenge here coming up on 2nd and 13. Motion now from the tight end. They'll run it here. The junior able to bring him down quickly. So a tough 3rd and long on the 10th play of the drive. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. Quarterback finds a target on the right. It's complete. The defense stops him short of the marker, so it's 4th down coming up. So here we go. One of the biggest moments of this game. The field goal unit is out there for a pressure kick. And that one straight down the middle. And the game now tied here in the final quarter.
Snap, the hold, the kick, everything there perfect to put 3 points up here for the offense.
So after the field goal, the kicker out there again to boot it away. Fields it just outside the goal line. And they stop him at the 23. That's solid coverage. And they'll start the drive here from the 23-yard line. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. That's a dangerous throw. It falls incomplete, but this defense almost had a 2nd interception today. 2nd down and 10 after the incompletion from the 23. Quick catch over the middle. The tackle is made, but there's a flag on the field. Let's see what that's about. Well, the lineman a little too far downfield, like a sheep wandering away from the flock, and that's a costly penalty. Dropping back, it's Reed. Looking for his back. Pass ball is incomplete. There was a lot of contact. No penalty. Brings up 3rd down. Just some pre-snap movement. Back in motion. Bringing pressure. He'll be taken down. The defense rises up with a sack in a crucial moment. The Aggies will line up to kick it away. This drive moves backwards, so he's on to punt it away. Returner decides to fair catch this. It's a run. Running back's got it. And they'll stop him after a short gain. They'll get to the line here in the no huddle. 2nd down, looking to throw it. Looking for the wideout. Oh, he makes the catch! He's tackled quickly, but the yardage is good enough for the first down. Quarterback looking to connect with the receiver here. Makes the grab with plenty of room to run. And he's finally forced out of bounds inside the 10. Big play to set up a 1st and goal.
What a gain here. Big play for this offense. The quarterback and the receiver just seem to be in sync. Tough on that corner to try to make a play on that ball.
Buckeyes line it up with 1st and goal. They'll try to run it in on 1st and goal. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Now the timeout is called by the defense. They've got some things to work out here. Tailback tests the middle of the defense. Touchdown, Ohio State. And they take the lead here in the 4th quarter.
What a thing of beauty by this offense to put that go-ahead score up on the board. The quarterback played with tremendous composure when the game is on the line. Now we'll see if his own defense can hold on to this lead.
They'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. PAT is up and good. They lead by a touchdown here in the 4th quarter. So after putting up the touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away. They'll take the return and try to get some better field position. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. For the first play of the drive, they'll set up at the 16. To throw, it's Reed. Looking deep for late game heroics. And it's hauled in. Catch made way downfield. Heads out of bounds after running for the first down to keep this scoring threat alive. Serious pressure now for the defense. One big play and the offense has flipped the field. They're across the 50, set up with a first down. Receiver makes the catch. And a quick timeout call by the offense after the play, trying to preserve as much clock as possible. Quarterback looking to throw it on second down. That's reeled in. It's Concepcion. And the gain just good enough for a first down. Now they've got to hustle to the line and get set. Looking to throw it on first down. Pass is caught. And the tackle is made after a 4-yard gain, so 2nd and 6. And the Aggies come to the line looking to crank up the tempo. Tight game, final 2 minutes. Can the offense make a play here? And they desperately need it. And he'll drop back here on 3rd down. Caught over the middle. It's Concepcion. Timeout is called here to stop the clock on this crucial possession. Looking to throw it from the red zone. Caught in the backfield. It's Moss. Stopped right there at the line. No gain. They'll have to hurry now. 2nd down with the clock ticking. And the quarterback will just clock the football. Here we go. Trailing late in the game here. Serious urgency for this offense right now. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. Looking to the end zone. Touchdown, Texas A&M. What a grab in the end zone in a clutch moment.
What a touchdown here to pull them within one with under a minute to go. Conventional wisdom says you kick the extra point and you rely on your defense to send this game to overtime. But you could go for 2 to try to take the lead.
Now the crucial try for the extra point. The PAT is up and good, and we are all tied here in the final quarter. Got momentum after scoring that touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. He's going to return it from near the goal line. He's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. Offense out there to start a new drive from the 21. Handoff in a single back formation. They'll bring him down right at the 30-yard line. And they stop the clock with a timeout, 9 seconds remaining. Important 2nd down play coming up. Back to pass. It's Sayin. Grab down the middle. It's Peoples. And a late timeout taken, just 4 seconds on the clock. Great start for the drive. Back-to-back explosive plays, and now another first down. And looking to throw now on first down. Contact as he threw it. And it's incomplete as time runs out of regulation. We are headed to overtime. So 1st and 10, our first play of overtime. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Oh, down he goes. It's a sack.
Well, I love this defense and how they're playing some man coverage. And let's face it, when you do that, it's a bit risky. You can leave your defensive backs out there on islands. But the good combination of good coverage with a good pressure on the quarterback, and you come up with sacks like this.
First down sack, pushes the ball back. 2nd down coming up. And they'll try to pick it up on the ground. And that run produces a decent gain. The offense will set up here on 3rd and long. If nothing else, you want to give your kicker a chance to put 3 on the board. Drops back, looking to throw for it on 3rd down. Taking a shot deep toward the end zone. Oh, he dropped it. Could not hang on for a touchdown. My goodness. So on fourth down, out trots the place kicker in a very big spot here. Knocks that one right down the middle. And with that, they retake the lead. So they line out now knowing a touchdown wins the football game. You need a field goal at least to force another overtime. That's a nice wrap up there by the junior. Second down after that run on the previous play. Fakes the handoff, looking to throw. Catch made on the left side. And he's in there. Touchdown to win this game in overtime. Wow.
This guy is a matchup problem. You put an undersized safety who can run with the tight end, and he's going to go over top of him. You put a big, strong linebacker on him, and he's going to outrun him. Just a really tough matchup, as you saw right there.
beautiful Miami and Hard Rock City, site of this year's Capital One Orange Bowl, part, of course, of the college football playoff. Hi, folks, and welcome to this highly competitive matchup, as we'll see a team from the Big Ten, the Ohio State Buckeyes, taking on the fourth-ranked team, the Georgia Bulldogs. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Chris Fowler here with Kirk Herbstreit. Let's get this thing underway. Buckeyes will kick it away to get this game going. Fielded in the end zone. It's Branch. And he stopped with the 18. Returner trying to make a play, but a touchback would have been a better idea. The Bulldogs offense has the football first here today. We got a real treat today. We're going to see a matchup between a high-powered offense that's been almost impossible to stop against a defense that's been shutting people down. Kirk, this should be fun.
Well, this is what really you hope for in a game of this magnitude is good versus good. And that's what we have, as you said, Chris. Outstanding offense, been producing all year. And this defense has been taking no prisoners, just dominant. Something's got to give today. Really good route here by the receiver, but I love the quarterback's ability to look off that safety and make that throw. And that's part of the quarterback's job here when you play in Athens for this Georgia offense. They've had some great quarterbacks over the years. Guys like Matthew Stafford and Aaron Murray, and more recently Jake Fromm, and of course Stetson Bennett, who won back-to-back national championships. And what they're seeing today from this quarterback, they got to be very proud of.
And the power run is stuffed, barely makes his way back to the line of scrimmage on that one. They'll hand it off. That's a nice tackle there by the senior. They're backed up here trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. Looking downfield. It's Stockton. A deep shot to the right. Oh, and it's dropped. A chance for a big play here in the early going, but some jitters on the part of that receiver. And at 4th down, they'll punt it away here. And they'll just down it right here. So Ohio State's offense takes the field. Our first chance to see them today. They will go up against a secondary, Kirk, that talks about the no-fly zone. These guys are confident in their ability to just lock down wide receivers and take away the opponent's passing game.
Seems like every year in college football, there's secondaries around the country that want to brag that they have the best group of defensive backs. I think this defense and this secondary specifically has a very strong case with what they have to work with. The question I have is, how will the offense consistently move the ball against this group today?
Serious challenge now for this offense. It's 3rd down and 10 inside their own 5-yard line. Hand off to the back. He's stopped short of the marker, so it's 4th down now. The Buckeyes will bring their punt team on the field now. Gets the kick away from his own end zone. And it's taken right on the midfield logo. And the coverage team able to bring the returner to the ground. And the powerful Georgia offense is back out on the field. Last drive stalled. They were forced to punt it away. Let's see what they can come up with this time. On 1st down, it's play action. The tight end has got it. They bring him down, but a solid gain moves the football to the 24 and a 1st down.
Well, this is why running the football is so important. You run the ball and then you go play action. It affects the eyes of the safeties and linebackers and frees up some space for the tight end to be able to pick up a nice gain.
Big guys up front lined up. It's 1st down. And the quarterback keeps it here. And he's brought down after a short gain. Does not make the 1st down yardage. 2nd down play coming up. Back goes in motion now. Let's see how the defense adjusts. Back to pass. It's Stockton. Quick throw to his receiver. Finds a man to the left. Big catch downfield. And he gets in for the score. Touchdown, Georgia.
This guy can do it all. We've seen him go behind coverage and make plays downfield. We can see him catch the ball underneath just like this. And when he catches a football, he is so dangerous after the catch. This one leads him into the end zone for the 6 points.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. PAT makes it 7-0. Kickoff team out there. They are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. He thought about returning it, but instead takes a knee. It'll be a touchback. They'll start at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. Trying to flex the ground game here. Running back takes the handoff. Going absolutely nowhere. It'll be a loss in the park. Grab behind the line. It's Smith. And he'll maybe get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. So the offense getting set. This is not where you want to be against this defense. 3rd and long. A deep shot to the left side. And it's incomplete. They let it fly on 3rd down, but now it brings up 4th. Buckeyes will have to punt this one away. Looking to kick it away for the 2nd time. And this one will be fair caught. And the Georgia offense is back out on the field. They scored a touchdown in their last possession. Let's see if this defense can make adjustments and prevent that this time. Looking downfield, it's Stockton. Makes the catch. It's Branch. Brought down. It crosses midfield to the 46. Klein getting set up. It's a 1st down play. Off the play fake, looking to throw. That's caught. It's Humphreys. Runner scoots out of bounds after gaining decent yards. Inside. There's 2nd down. Off the play fake. Look at him passing. Oh, downfield catch made on the left side. They finally get him, but a big gain moves the ball to the 10.
What a pitch and catch by the quarterback and receiver for a big gain for this offense.
Georgia getting set with a 1st and 10 now. Handoff here from the shotgun. The gain is 4, so it's 2nd and 6. Looking to throw here. Looking to set up a screen pass here. And he never had a chance. Tackled in the backfield. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this 3rd down. Caught over the middle. It's Frazier. Defense able to stop him. It's 4th down now. So here comes the kicking team on the field. They'll settle for 3. The kick is good. He knocked it right down the middle. And that will extend their lead even further. Following the field goal, the kickoff team is out there now. So no return here. He takes a knee in the end zone, and they'll begin the drive at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. To the air, it's Sand. Swarm with a pass rush, a sack. Well, Kirk, it's Georgia on top so far. Solid performance so far, creating some separation. Here's the first quarter stats. We'll see if this game gets out of hand before halftime. The crucial 2nd quarter beginning right now. Here we go. First play of the quarter. Offense setting up for a 2nd down play. And the quarterback looking to make a play through the air. Finds an open target on the left side. They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play. Nothing fancy there. Just comes out of the slot and runs a slant route.
Yeah, it's so difficult for the defense to be able to slow this play down because it happens so quickly. Even when you know and might anticipate that this throw might be coming, it's tough to disrupt the timing when it's executed well like this right here.
Cannot connect. Incomplete, and now fourth down. The Buckeyes will bring their punt team onto the field. Looking to flip the field here. And the returner is tackled by this punt coverage team. The first play of this drive now, they're set up at the 34. Off the play fake, looking to throw on first down. Fires it to the wideout. He's got it with room to run. Tackle made, but not before he reaches the 44. Pass complete for a first down. The offense gets a fresh set of downs. Off the play fake, looking to throw the football. Makes the catch downfield. Tackle made after a nice pickup on the play. Back-to-back chunk plays to begin the drive. The defense on their heels. Dropping back, it's Stockton. Short throw complete to the tight end. Defense reacts quickly. A very short gain on the play. Empty set now, 5 wide. Quarterback looking to pass here on second down. That's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact, no flag, brings up third down. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a first down. Looking to throw again. On the move now. Able to convert on third. Sets up. First and goal. The 8.
What a job by this quarterback having an idea of exactly where he is on the field. Third down scramble. Doesn't get it into the end zone, but guess what? Picks up that first down. We got a first and goal.
The Bulldogs looking to finish the drive here. It's first and goal. It's the wide receiver coming in motion now. Handoff to the receiver on first and goal. Nowhere to run up the middle. So from the 9-yard line, it's second and goal. From the shotgun, drops back. Oh, the pass rush gets home.
If you're going to throw the ball this close to your own goal line, you got to go to the quick game to get the ball out fast to give your quarterback a chance. Otherwise, consider running the football. Something different from sitting back and holding the ball and giving the defense a chance to come up with a big sack.
Great job by the defense so far. It's third and goal from a long way out. Out of the gun now on third down. Running out of time in the pocket. Caught by the receiver. The defense will wrap him up after about a 6-yard gain. Not enough for the first. It's fourth down. And it's good right down the middle. And they add to their lead. They come away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. Doesn't bring the kick out. Touchback. They'll start at the 25. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. And now the handoff. Moves the ball up to the 30. Here's the second down play. Okay, we reached the 2-minute timeout. The offense some work to do here trying to cut into this lead before halftime. Now it's second down here. And he's got it again. First down, looking for more now. They make the stop, but not before a solid gain that time. They move the 6. They'll hurry to the line here on first down now. Looking to throw. It's Sayin. The pocket breaking down. With the catch, it's Peoples. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. The Buckeyes hustle to the line to crank up the tempo. First down, looking to throw the football. Nice grab. It's Tate. Receiver brought down after a short pitch and catch.
The key here, Chris, is the timing by the quarterback. The fact he got the ball out quickly gave his receiver a chance. One more hitch or a slight hesitation, and that's an incompletion or an interception.
Second down after that previous play. He keeps it. QB draw. They stop him, but it's a first down. This offense trying to get going has put together a positive drive here in the second quarter. Here comes a first down pass attempt. It's a screen pass complete to the running back. And they'll bring him down. The defense fought through the blocks, and they stop him short of the first down. The timeout is called. Important stage late here in the second quarter. They look to throw it here on second down. He's looking to scramble. Scoots out of bounds after a nice pickup on that running play. Buckeyes starting a new series here on 1st and 10. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Grab behind the line, it's Peoples. Coming to the line on second down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. Here's the snap. Quarterback drops back. He's got it near the end zone. Defense makes the saving tackle at the 3. The offense will call a timeout. That's their second of the half. And they convert here on 3rd down in the red zone. This is a 4-point type of play, touchdown or field goal. Caught behind the line. It's Peoples. Timeout called by the defense, their first of the half as they try to make some adjustments here. So on 4th down, the decision is to trot out the field goal team. They'll set up at the right hash mark for this chip shot. Meant kick right down the middle. Can't hit it any better than that. So they settle for 3, and now the kickoff. We'll see if the opposing offense has enough time to answer before halftime. And it's fielded. Returner trying to create good field position here. Makes it to the 16. That's good coverage there. Here comes the first play of the drive. Can they do something in the final 30 seconds of the half? Ball handed to the running back. They stop him right at the 24. Offense stops the clock with their second timeout. The top strategy. Second down after that run on the previous play. To throw, it's Stockton. Caught near the sticks. It's Branch. And he's brought down, but not before he gets first down yardage. Looks like the final play of the half coming up. First down, looking to throw the ball. Finds his man. It's Branch. Minutes going to wrap up the first half here. Let's kick it down to Kevin Connors with our halftime update.
Fellas, by the looks of things, we've had one enjoyable first half in Springfield. And there's no more fitting place to begin than with this stud receiver and how he's dominated the first half. Some guys have the ability to elude and evade. This young man is a true 3-level threat. Short passes, the intermediate game, and in the deep ball, he is a problem. And I don't think this defense has the solution. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to watch this one unfold. Back to our guys in the booth.
The Dogs will kick this away to start the second half. He's going to try for a return from a couple of yards deep in the end zone. And for the first play of the drive, they'll set up at the 16. They get the second half started with a running play. It's a nice gain. They'll move the football up to the 27. First down and 10 now. Drops back from the shotgun, looking for an open man. Sideline route, but he's out of bounds before the first down mark. That completion makes it second and medium. Looking to pass. It's Sayin. tackles. Defense makes the stop very close to a first down. Third down. This offense could really use a conversion here, down multiple scores. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. Looking for a man deep down the left side. That one falls incomplete. They tried to press it deep, but now it brings up fourth down. The Buckeyes will have to kick this away. He's on to punt for the fourth time tonight. And the return man decides to signal fair catch. And the first play of the drive now set up at the 27. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Pulls it in. It's Bell. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. What's the play call here on 2nd down for this offense? To bootleg here. Caught over the middle. It's Frazier. We get him down quickly. Not much of a gain on that completion. An important 3rd down attempt for this offense. Dropping back. They're going to throw for the first down. He cannot escape. It's a sack.
Well, let's face it. They dug themselves a hole in the first half, but I'll tell you what. They're coming out with a new look and a new energy here to start the second half.
Dogs will bring their punt team onto the field. Money comes for his 2nd punt of the game. Returner is brought down. Gets us started on the next drive. The first play of this drive now, they're set up at the 34. And the quarterback keeps it on the option. Nowhere to run. They'll corral him for no gain. Offense getting set. 2nd down play here. Scanning the field. It's Sayin. There's a loss after the completion. That's a good play by the defense. They punted 4 times already on the verge of a 5th. They can't convert this 3rd down. Tries to avoid the rush and just gets rid of it. Don't make the 3rd down yardage. Here comes the punt team. And the returner elects to fair catch it. No return. And the Bulldogs offense is back out on the field. Which offense can get it going first? This one has been a struggle so far. Takes the handoff and he'll head left. Slams right into a wall. They've got him for a loss. Going backwards to open up this drive after the loss. 2nd down and 15. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. He's swarmed by the defense. That run sets up an important 3rd down call for this offense. Play fake, looking to throw. And it's caught across the middle. Will be taken down, but he crosses midfield at the 48. They bring him down, but the junior quarterback showing off the cannon. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. It's an out route, the catch made. Short completion there, 2nd down coming up.
Well, the offense is trying to create some matchups to their advantage, but man, this defense is so athletic. Nowhere to go here after this catch.
Short go to the back, an easy completion. Tackled quickly after the catch. He'll be short of the marker. Looking to throw yet again. A deep shot to the left side. And he hauls it in to the 15, still going. Worked out of bounds, but it's another big game. This air attack, no problem moving the ball up and down the field today. This Georgia offense is moving quickly down the field. And the running back takes the handoff. Well, they test the middle there, but get nothing. Coming to the line on 2nd down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. Off play action. He's looking to throw. Caught in the backfield. It's Frazier. And this one goes nowhere. Lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. Come to the line, a long way to go for the first down, but needing this crucial conversion right now. Lets it go quickly. Tremendous protection. There was bound to be somebody open. Touchdown, Dogs. If you play quarterback, how about appreciating a receiver that runs his routes that precisely?
Chris, it's not just his route running. It's the chemistry between the quarterback and the receiver that really, I think, is unique. They put so much time into this in the offseason. By the time they get to Saturdays, you can close your eyes and make your throw. It's exactly what we saw right there.
And they'll set up for the PAT. And the PAT puts them up 17 now. So after putting up the touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away. Bringing it out, it's Smith. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. For the first play of the drive, they'll set up at the 16. They're going to run it here. And they'll tackle him about the 23-yard line. Second down play coming up for this offense. On the ground, it's Peoples. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Urgency now for the offense that hates to come up empty on this drive, down multiple scores. Back to throw. It's Sayin. It's a short completion to the tight end. And he'll pick up the first down, stop at the 27. Well, Kirk, it's Georgia on top so far. And they got to be feeling pretty good about things as we wrap up the third quarter. Let's review how we got here. So one final quarter to play. It's going to take a lot to turn this game around, but strange things do happen in college football. Back at it to start the quarter. Offense getting set to run a first down play. It's a keeper. They bring him down to the 32-yard line. Offense getting set. It's second down. Now they'll run it on the toss. Quick spin on the run. And he'll head out of bounds, but not before picking up enough for a first down. The Buckeyes lining up here on 1st and 10. From the shotgun, he's probing the secondary. Grab down the middle. It's Peoples.
I love what the defense is doing here. Sitting back, giving up some plays underneath, tackling these guys inbounds, and just keep that clock rolling.
Play action fake, looking to throw. Makes a quick catch. And the defense smothers him for no gain. Now the offense facing a 3rd and long from their own 41. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down. Tried to press the ball deep, but it's incomplete. The offense stays on the field, down multiple possessions. Easy choice. Needs a completion here on 4th down. The pass rush closing in. Oh, they've got him. A 4th down sack and a turnover on downs.
Now the quarterback's got to get the ball out of his hands. He had a lot of time back there in the pocket, looking over the field, desperately trying to find an open receiver. Nobody's open, but he still's got to take off or try to make a play. Instead, he's sacked, and it's a turnover on downs.
The offense will begin now with excellent field position. Scanning the field. It's Stockton. It's a short completion to the big tight end. He's brought down quickly. A short gain gets them a few yards closer to the marker. Leaning on the run game here late. The junior able to bring him down quickly. So now it's 3rd and short from the 23. Potential 4-down territory. Let's see what the 3rd down call is. They'll give it to the back. They make the stop just short of the first. Looks like inches to go, and now 4th down. And out comes the field goal unit. This will be a 39-yard attempt. And the field goal is good. And that will extend their lead even further.
Chris, they get the 3 points, but looking back at it, 4th and inches. Pretty conservative call there. I really thought they would have gone for it.
After adding 3 more points to the lead, they're set to kick it off. So it'll be a touchback. Ball spotted at the 25. And here's that wrinkle. The Wildcat formation, extra blocker in the game. Let's see what they call. That now goes in motion. Defense will have to adjust. Defense not fooled by the Wildcat look. Just a short gain on the play. Buckeyes will hustle to the line to run the hurry-up offense. Looking to pass here on second down. The quarterback looks to his right and finds his man. Defense wraps him up after the catch, but he's just short of a first down. Going to pick up the 3rd and short through the air. And the trickery does not work there, and now it's 4th down. Down late, they'll keep the offense on the field, trying to chip away at this lead. Here we go, 4th down. They'll try to run for it. No, he didn't get there. Tackled short of the marker. That is a crushing play as he try to cut in to this lead. Makes the grab. It's Bell. They finally bring him down, but the offense set up now. 1st down from the 15.
You know, they've got a lead here late in the game, and the play calling, I think, shows you how much confidence they have in this quarterback. He's had a pretty clean game today, and this decision to still throw the ball with the lead shows you that they believe he's going to make the right decisions and make the accurate throws.
Here's the handoff. They keep feeding the running back, but he's had nowhere to go tonight. They've been dominant at the line of scrimmage. Second down after that run on the previous play. He keeps it on a design run. Minimal gain brought down short of the marker. They're backed up here trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. QB decides to keep it here. The defense all over it. They stop him right at the line. Well, here we go again. The field goal team is out there. This kicker's already got 3 makes in this game. And it sails right through the middle of the uprights. Solid kick. And they add to their lead. So after adding to this big lead, they are set to kick it away. Well, he thought about coming out, but instead takes a knee and will bring the football to the 25-yard line. And the first play of the drive now from the 25. Back to throw. It's Sayin. Finds that big tight end for a short pass. The offense signals for a timeout. 28 seconds remaining on the clock. That completion sets up a 2nd down play. Play fake, looking to throw. Makes a quick grab. Ball carrier heads out of bounds, but the pickup is good enough to move the chains. 1st down. 1st down here for this offense. It's a quarterback keeper. Quarterback gets down to avoid the big hit. The clock is still running. They got to get set quickly. Quarterback wants to throw it on 2nd down. He's running out of time here. Oh, they trap him for a sack. Now a late timeout is taken. 6 seconds showing on the clock. Here comes 3rd and long. Trailing in the game. Giving up that sack earlier could prove to be decisive. Taking a deep shot here late in the game. Wide open downfield. And they finally get him to the ground in what'll be the final play. That's it.